will that all take to get approved? He said, oh, it'll take several months. I said, well, we'll be out of business by then. We don't have enough money. And he said, sorry, that's the rules. So I talked to my landlord about it, and he was a Lebanese immigrant. And I thought he was like 100 years old. He was probably younger than I am right now. And he told me, he said, John, those bureaucrats go home at 5 o'clock. I said, yeah. He says, build your store after 5 o'clock. So that's what we did. And we never had our building permit, but we did end up getting passing all the inspections once we got finished and got open. So I'm taking the same approach here to Love Life, is that obviously we have to comply to the medical rules, and that in and of itself can be challenging. In California, where we're opening up the very first unit, they have much stricter rules in just about every way than the rest of America has for business. So I know we're having to comply with a lot of regulations on the medical side, but I probably will encounter some of the other stuff once we get going in it. If you look around for reasons not to do something, there's always going to be some kind of regulations that limit you. If you're an entrepreneur, you go forward and you figure it out as you go along, rather than let the regulations cripple you before you even get started.
Very good points. Love it. So, Vic, you have helped start a bank in the past and you're doing it right now, which is unusual. Then after Dodd-Frank, every year, roughly before Dodd-Frank, which was a major financial regulation which came after the Great Recession, you had like average of like 100, 120 banks being started in a year. After Dodd-Frank, it was 0, 0, 0, 1, and now it's like picking up again. So tell us more about your reasons why you helped launch Battle Bank and what regulation plays within finance, as much as you can on that topic.
This is, I think, my 7th bank.
7th bank,
so I've done a few of them. Banking's a really good business if you're not stupid. If you just...
That's your competitive advantage over the rest of them.
Yeah, that's right. It's just blocking and tackling, really. And oddly, now that I'm old and fat and rich, regulation is a competitive advantage to me, because you have to be of a certain scope and scale to afford all of regulation, the good, the bad, and the ugly. There's actually a sort of a restraint of trade. If somebody was to start a broker-dealer these days, I've started a few of those, you sort of need minimum capitalization these days of $500,000. And if you don't have a run rate of $5 million, you can't afford a compliance person. What that means is that all the younger, smarter, faster, harder working people who might otherwise compete with me can't do it. That's not a defense of regulation, by the way. But what I've learned is that if you're an incumbent, the restraint of trade is a very useful thing to you. I know that people are going to start throwing things at me from the audience now, but I need to say in terms of financial regulation, and we might discuss later the advantages or disadvantages of that. Strangely, it makes my life a little bit easier. I have some very, very, very good competitors in banking. And then I have some other ones. And I'd rather take my chances with the other ones. And of course, I would prefer a less regulated world. But in answer to the question, you have to accommodate yourself to regulation. Very much, as was said, it's a given. It has to be part of your business plan. And it has to be part of your durable competitive advantage, or else you're toast.
Very good, and maybe we stay with you for a second, Rick. So regarding consumer protection regulation, there's a lot of that, and people always say like it protects consumers. Do you think that these regulations tend to benefit or harm consumers? You had some good opinions about that earlier when we talked.
My suspicion on balance is that they have probably been benefited. Really scares me about so-called consumer protection is it lulls the consumer into believing that he or she is protected and lowers their own defenses. I'm not in Mackey's business, mercifully for me, he'd kill me. What you see in financial services is that the average investor actually believes that they're protected by the SEC. They believe that Big Brother is looking after them. Bernie Madoff, as an example, with 18 years in business, was supposed to have been audited 9 times every 2 years. And in an audit, they pull the trade tickets, and they called the counterparties to make sure that the trade occurred. In Madoff's management company, he didn't do any trades. So it's impossible that they didn't audit where they pulled the trade tickets because he didn't do any trades. So this is an 18-year scam that cost $30 billion, I'm sorry, and the investors felt protected. After the regulatory failing that was called Enron, they put in place Sarbanes-Oxley. Now the truth was, before Enron, fraud was illegal, right? So basically what they said is that we failed to see a fraud, and so we're going to impose permanent costs on the American issuer community of $100 billion a year to account for our regulatory failing. All I'm trying to say is, to me, the most pernicious part of regulation is that it makes the consumer feel protected when that's a lie.
Excellent point. So for you, John, now we have a big regulatory state, and you believe there's some good regulation out there and that we need it to have like a framework on businesses. But there's also a lot of bad regulations out there. Clearly, everybody agrees on that, I would say. But what you would say are some realistic strategies you recommend for effectively reducing the amount of regulations that are out there? What do we do?
Yeah, well, first, we could eliminate 90% of the regulations and we'd be better off. But so many libertarians believe that we could live without any regulations at all. And I maybe when I was a born-again libertarian in my 20s, I believed the same thing, but I've gotten wiser. I mean, some of the regulations are necessary. I mean, some of the environmental regulations to keep our water and air clean, for example, to me have been very beneficial. If you try to breathe the air in Los Angeles 40 years ago, it was as bad as it is in New Delhi today. And you couldn't be there, and your lungs would be hurting within 24 hours. And air's much cleaner. I attribute that to regulations. So it's not like all regulations are terrible. The problem is we just keep adding on regulations, and they don't ever go away. We don't have a way to get rid of them. So I do think that's where the creative thinking needs to come in. And an idea that I've had is that regulations should have an automatic expiration date built in. And to have the regulation continue, there has to be a cost-benefit analysis that shows clear, overwhelming benefits for keeping the regulation versus the cost. Because what we talked about, these regulations, like the $100 billion that we're spending every year, I guess, on Dodd-Frank.
Billion.
That's what I said, $100 billion a year for regulations due to regulatory failure. That's not going to show a good cost-benefit analysis. And so we have to have ways to get rid of regulations. And that's one possible way, but I'll put that challenge out to the young people in the audience, which is, I'm not going to solve all the problems before I'm dead. I'd like to say that my generation solved a lot of problems that our parents bequeathed to us, and the world is better off today than it was when my parents were in control of it. And I think that challenge goes to young people today to solve the problems that my generation, Rick's and my generation, couldn't solve. And that regulation's one of them. Because regulations have mostly come about, not all of them, but 95% of them have come across in the last 50 years. So it's really been just add on. You read every year about how many new pages are added to the Federal Registry of Regulations, and it's thousands of pages. And you don't ever read about how many pages were subtracted. 0. So it's just getting more and more burdensome, and it's a challenge for young people to figure out a way to keep the regulations from, like an octopus, squeezing the life out of our economy.
Yeah, and I think like 95% of the significant rules, which are rules that have an economic impact of 100 million or more, are being pushed by regulatory agencies. They don't even come from Congress. So it's not really part of the democratic process. However, there is a place for young people, because just in the last 1 week, we had our alumni and some of our students speak in front of the Senate and the Congress and even the Helsinki Commission about some of these things and that prevent right now to have immigrants and refugees have access to banking. And so there's a place for young people. So if you're passionate about regulation, if that happens to be your thing, go for it. So I think that's great, very great advice. So we have a few more minutes left here. So let's do something interesting. If you could snip your fingers and make one regulatory agency disappear, which one would that be and why? Let's start with you, Vic, and then maybe John.
I don't know if they're a regulatory organization, but the thing that would make my life the best is if they abolish the IRS.
That counts.
I won.
We'd have to replace somehow or another some of those revenues. But I'd abolish the Department of Education. If you think about what are the most regulated parts of our economy, and they're also the least healthy. So education, where the United States falls behind, and increasingly in primary and secondary education to the other nations, and then our medical system is highly regulated. Our health system is very, very, very regulated, and our lifespan in the United States is beginning to fall now.
Yep.
And it's like, I always make this joke that I wish I could run Whole Foods the way that they run hospitals, which is you go to the doctor and you say, well, I need to do surgery. So doc, how much is that surgery going to cost? Oh, don't worry about it. You got insurance, right? Yeah, we'll just bill the insurance company. And I thought, man, if I could run my grocery business that way, no prices, get up the check stands. How much is it going to cost? Don't worry about it. You got grocery insurance. We'll bill them. You don't have to pay for it. Because there's no price transparency, there's no competition in prices, and we just see it go up and up and up and up. And I might say that's one of the problems with education, or university education, is prices just keep going up because people are just taking on more and more and more debt. So again, I think education, healthcare, both suck, and they're both highly overregulated.
So for the last 1.5 minutes here, maybe something more controversial. What type of regulation would you say was a net positive for society? John, and then maybe Rick, feel free to fight it out.
I don't remember this question. Net, I don't know if, you mean an agency or any net regulation, or just
an
any
area of regulation or an agency, as you please.
Again, as I said, some of the environmental regulations have been very helpful for cleaning up our air and water. But now if you start getting into regulating carbon, decarbonizing would be an economic disaster for the world. That'd be the stupidest possible thing you could do. So those regulations are out of control.
I'm frankly having a tough time answering that question. I come from the mining and oil and gas business originally, and I'm not real proud of what we did when I was a kid. Most of the environmental regulation around extractive industries could be solved by making the industries bond every activity, and then by actually charging companies for the export of deleterious materials. There's a huge problem in this country that people don't know about oil wells that have been abandoned without being plugged. People don't understand the extent of the problem, and if they do, they'd go crazy. And if the oil industry was made to bond every well before they drilled it, so that the insurance company was responsible for plugging an abandonment, we wouldn't have a problem. If mining companies were forced to bond a mine before it was built, so that they could bond against the export of deleterious materials, which is a fancy way of saying dust and dirt and water getting away, it'd be an enormous, enormous non-problem. Now, conflict of interest. I'm in the bonding business, okay? It's not like that would hurt me particularly. But I think all of the problems that occurred in my youth with regards to environmental degradation from extractive industries could have been solved with proper bonding and proper enforcement. If you are a certain kind of company and you do something improper, negotiations start. Mm-hmm. And that's probably not, you shouldn't have negotiations after the horse has put in the barn. you should keep the horse in the barn.
So Rick, for the record, does that mean you favor that particular regulation?
Pardon me?
Do you favor that regulation?
I absolutely positively would favor regulation where people try to privatize the commons, where people export deleterious materials from the mine site and from the wellhead. I mean, I wish I didn't. Listen, in my youth, you know.
I'm just trying to get you on the record as saying that is one regulation you would favor.
I told you backstage.
That is a regulation.
I told you backstage. I'm 71 years of age. I don't want it to be perfect anymore. I just want it to be better before I die. That's all.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rick Wool and John Mackey. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was great.
That was fun.
This was great. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. We're reaching a late part of the day here, so I know everyone's a little antsy. So let's do a quick activity before we begin this next panel here on freedom of speech here. So if you could you stand up if you were ever frustrated from bias in a newspaper you read on campus?
Are we participating?
Would you now stand if you were ever frustrated from the bias one of your professors projected in one of their lectures?
Just getting up and staying up, huh?
And could you now stand if you were ever frustrated from watching news networks that promised honest journalism, but there was clearly a hidden message? Now look around. Let's have a look. As someone from Canada, this isn't a problem that is exclusive to America. Many of you are from around the world. This is a continuing problem that we need to talk about. Journalism is challenging, and media companies are constantly seeking new and adaptive strategies to attract viewers to return profit to shareholders. Yes, you can all be seated, sorry.
At that point.
But what happens to journalism when these sensational headlines with, maybe a garbage narrative become the norm? Where can you turn to when the seekers of truth, the journalist, become mouthpieces for corporations and government officials? And finally, how do we seek cohesion in an era of hyperpolarization, where everyone is politically factionalized on current events and contemporary issues? A filmmaker, foreign news war correspondent, news reporter, and a sports broadcaster are all here to share their experiences on the challenges of honest journalism, moderated by Editor-in-Chief of Reason Magazine, Catherine Mangan-Ward. Please welcome Emily Austin, Dylan Burns, Ford Fisher, David Preston, moderated by Catherine Mangan-Ward.
Ooh, I love the hype music. Don't you guys love the SFL hype music? So, we're going to talk about the challenges of journalism. We have 35 minutes, so we should be able to cover all of it and just take care of the problems here today. I'm going to give you a quick rundown. There's a bunch of us on stage here, and then we're going to get right into it. So, Emily Austin is an activist for free speech and the host of the Hoop Chat.
Woo.
We have Dylan Burns. He's a YouTuber. He's a political organizer. He's the former campaign director for Mike Gravel and also the founder of the Hippy Dippy podcast. We have Ford Fisher. He's a video journalist, a documentarian, the editor-in-chief of News to Share, and a former Reason intern, so I guess I take both credit and blame for whatever happens here. And David Preston, who is the previous founder of editor-in-chief of Bama News Now and a columnist at Bama Politics. I am Catherine Mengue-Ward. I'm the editor-in-chief of Reason Magazine. You might know me from the Reason Roundtable podcast, or possibly from the robot that we built from my voice that will read you articles. Reason is, we've been around a long time. We were founded in 1968, so we are in some sense a traditional media organization. We print a magazine on Dead Tree and mail it to people. But we also do everything else that you might call the media now. So we make videos, we make podcasts, we send you newsletters, we're in your social media feeds. We will absolutely annoy you anywhere you might be on a screen or in a bathroom. I guess that the fact that we are all here together, this group on the stage, suggests that no one has any idea what journalism is anymore. And so I guess I just want to start with, maybe we could start with you, Emily. What has gone wrong with traditional journalism, and what are you doing to fix it? A small question to start with.
Totally no pressure. I think the problem, which is a problem that goes way beyond journalism, is that too many people become corrupted by either bribery or something, I don't know what's bigger than bribery, but corrupted in general. And oftentimes we hear the term mouthpiece thrown around. I mean, I've heard it so many times. Like, when I started speaking about the Middle Eastern crisis in Israel, everyone's like, oh, you're a mouthpiece for the IDF. Now, what makes you say that? And it's very easy to throw the term around. But the truth is, there are many journalists who spend their careers, and like I learned in university, the ethics of journalism and the morals of journalism that seem to now have been corrupted by, likely money, if we're just being honest. And once you lose kind of what you stand for, and you start to say what you're being told to say rather than what you believe for whatever reason, you just lose the authenticity and you lose the trust of your audience. And what I'm trying to do is not be a mouthpiece for anybody. I mean, it's easier to say than do, because of course people need to pay their bills, but if you're gonna call yourself a journalist and you mean it and you have a truth that you want to be expressed, I don't think anything is worth compromising your morals or your message. And for me, starting in sports and expanding into human rights and politics, of course, when you're in sports, there's not as much to lose. It's a lot different to, not that I've ever spread misinformation, but to read misinformation on who is getting traded to what NBA team versus something more dire like an election or lying about a candidate or things like that. And now that I've expanded beyond sports, I actually see what's at stake with misinformation and with lying. And what I'm very proud of is I've spent a lot of time growing my online presence. Instagram, I have the most followers. Twitter is growing rapidly for me. And I have more viral content online, and you can't really censor me online, of course, unless I'm violating guidelines and getting suspended, which happens sometimes. But it's my message, and you can't take that away from me. And I'm not working for a magazine or a specific network, rather spreading my message on my platform. And by doing so, I think that I'm taking my own way and spreading my truth without having anyone corrupt it.
Dylan, talk a little bit about your career and how it is absolutely not whatever we might have previously called journalism.
Yeah, I got into journalism through an untraditional avenue. I started as a streamer, and then when the war in Ukraine happened, I wanted to help document what was going on. I got very interested in the conflict. I contacted other journalists I know, like my good friend Patrick Hillsman and others, and they got me into war journalism, and they helped show me the ropes, and I got interested in documenting the history, because journalism is the first draft of history. And in order to make sure that that first draft is good, you got to make sure that you dot all your T's, cross all your T's, dot all your I's. You got to try to document everything. And I think the major problem for me that I've ran into is a lot of institutional barriers. When you're an independent journalist, there's a lot of resources that are just not at your disposal. And if you want to get those resources, you have to bend the knee for a larger corporation, be it CNN, MSNBC, you get the idea, one of the bigger outlets. And I found that very difficult, because if I was to go on one of those outlets and cover the war the way I want to cover it, which is long-form conversations with the people directly affected by the war in Ukraine, If I want to do that, I have to fit it between Tampax commercials. I have to fit it within their constraints. And that makes the type of journalism I want to do on their network basically impossible. And so I would say one of the main problems for me when it comes into journalism is a lack of resources for independent media. There's some people in Ukraine that are working with independent journalists to try to get them body armor, try to get them helmets, but there's a lack of financing for independent press. And so unless the market creates an environment where independent journalists can succeed by people not only doing this when it comes to national issues, but local issues as well, for local press, for local journalists, the main issue for me has been lack of resources, lack of financing that you can only access if you join one of these more mainstream media institutions.
A poll just came out that said less than a third of Americans have a great deal or a fair amount of trust in the media. Ford, this is your fault. What can you do about this?
I'm trying to solve it. Well, it all began at Reason Magazine.
Yeah, there we go.
So in 2014, I both co-founded News to Share, which is the organization that I still run. I also interned at Reason, as we've been joking about. But so the problem that I saw at first, I think, had to do with that basically every media source has its political perspective, kind of somewhat the subject of this panel, right? The bias that Fox is going to give you one perspective and NBC the other, and whatever. But when I kind of boil down, why does that actually misinform you? You also come to the conclusion that even if you could come to some kind of neutrality between those, you're still not at truth. There's a solution that I sometimes hear, and I don't disagree with it, but it goes, well, you can look at different media sources. You could look at Fox, and you could also look at NPR, and you can look at MSNBC, and if you kind of mix them all together, you're gonna find something closer to truth. And I still kind of have a problem with that. And so for me, the solution is that we return to primary source documentary. And what I mean by that is when you watch the news, when you turn on cable news, when you read a newspaper or whatever, usually what you're not looking at is actual primary sources for the most part. What you're looking at is a secondary source, sort of a depository of the things that went into the news. And just to put that in practical terms, if some candidate or whatever gives a speech and you're watching some of it on CNN, you're probably more so seeing the talking head describing what was said, and individual little clips of the thing that happened. And so there's a lot of moments where we have entire news events that most of our understanding of it comes from how people tell us to think of it. And on the other hand, I think the solution, and what I've been working on basically for the last decade, is that you should try to find the primary source that's on the ground that actually shows you literally the thing without all of that stuff, that other stuff, the commentary mixed in. So I primarily film political demonstrations. I think it's a good way to get your thumb on the pulse of what's going on in the country. And the way that I do that is with live streams and raw footage, completely devoid of my own commentary or thoughts, with it in mind that those other outlets can license that work. And when they do so, when somebody sees that little snippet that made its way onto CNN with my name on it, they can go look at the original and be more informed about the thing that's being talked about.
David, how do we get closer to objective journalism, or should we run screaming from it?
Well, we shouldn't run screaming from it. And I'm going to actually take a little bit of a different approach than my friend here. And I'm going to say you do need to consume different sources of media. You do need to listen to the NPRs. You do need to watch the Fox Newses and the CNNs and listen to the talk radio. And you do get closer to what the actual truth is by doing that, because how you combat the misinformation in the media and journalism today is really gets down to the fundamental core of what the liberty movement is, and that's the individual. When you consume all these different media sources, the primary sources, and then the commentary around those primary sources, you get good at discerning what's true, what's not true, what's opinion, what's not, when somebody's trying to pass their opinion off as fact, and you, the individual, can say that's not fact, that's opinion. Like he was saying, that usually when you have people on the ground, they know more about what's going on. And I can tell you that is a fact, because there's been several national news sources that have emanated out of Mobile, Alabama, which is where I live. And I can tell you, not only did we hear about about it 2 or 3 days before the rest of the country heard about it. We've heard much more about what's going on. We know people that have been involved in that story. We've got that primary source material to work from. And so therefore, I can say when I listen to Fox News or CNN cover a hurricane in Mobile, I can be like, well, that's not accurate. That's accurate. That's not accurate. That's not really the case. Like, for example, all the national media loves to come down to Mobile during a hurricane, and they love to film Water Street, right, which is right on the river in Mobile, and say, look at all this flooding in Mobile. It's horrible, and all this devastation. Well, there's a reason it's called Water Street, and it's because it floods every time there's a hurricane. So, and you don't get that perspective from the national media, and they're trying to get ratings and clicks, and so they're not going to tell you that's what they're trying to do, and they're not going to give you the fact that if they turn the camera around, it's all dry ground from behind the camera.
So the project of ferreting out information has become it's become a pretty big industry, and I'm not sure at this point that I even know what that word means anymore. Sometimes people seem to use it to mean a thing that is factually inaccurate in a straightforward way. Fair enough, we're against being wrong. But I think it's often used to just mean a thing I wish you hadn't said, a thing a powerful person doesn't enjoy hearing, a thing that is inconvenient. And so I guess I wonder, Dylan, maybe we could start with you. Are we not panicked enough or too panicked about mis and disinformation?
I think, well, it all depends on where you are. If you think it's not an issue at all, then I think you're not panicked enough. If you think it's going to be the end of the world, then I think you're a little too panicked. After the printing press was invented, there was a stream of nonsense and garbage that was spread by political leaders, by different people with all sorts of interests.
Ooh, the bold anti-Gutenberg stance, I like it.
Bold. Yes, very against books, and the book. Thank you. But we evolved. We figured out how to deal with it. We understood that this was a new tool and it was going to be shaky ground, and it took time for human beings to evolve and figure out how to deal with this and use it properly. And I think the same thing is also going to happen for platforms like social media. But I want to give you guys an example of misinformation or disinformation, I guess, that I engaged with that showed that there are really bad actors out there trying to manipulate the media in ways that I think a lot of us don't realize or don't pay attention to and can affect us without us even knowing it. When I was in Kherson covering the war in Ukraine, it was right after the Novkakhovka Dam exploded, which most of the evidence points towards the Russians blowing it up. The flooding really devastated Kherson. A lot of people drowned in their homes. It was devastating. And so I went down there with my friend Anthony Barterway, and we wanted to cover the flooding. And we embedded with some German aid workers. And while covering them, saving civilians and animals, because they were focused on animal preservation and trying to save animals that were flooding, over 20,000 drowned in the flooding, we were bombed by the Russians. They targeted us directly. All the corroborating footage is on my channel. And my friend, John Jones, he was hit in the stomach, horrible injury. His pelvis saved him. The next day, I visit him in the hospital. And while I'm talking to him, and he's like, yeah, I got to get back to Hong Kong and do this and do that, I get a message on my phone, and I take it out, and it's a Telegram channel. And it's a Russian Telegram channel. And it's footage of me and the rest of them getting bombed by the Russians. And they say, these Azov soldiers are creating a bridgehead on the other side of the river, and we stopped them to stop this new offensive. They were doing there's a few things I took away from this. Number one, the Russians are trying to get a jump on the story. If they're the first one to hit it before I can post anything or anybody else can talk about the story, that'll be the first thing people see, and maybe that'll be the impression they walk away with before anybody else sees anything. That's the first thing I took away from it. The second thing I took away from it is they were selectively sharing information. They were only showing the boat getting bombed, but if they were to zoom in or pay maybe more attention, then maybe they could see the animal carriers or the things indicating that we were humanitarian workers. And it was the selective sharing of information that is often the most corruptive to a good conversation, because somebody could tell you something that's true, but not include the rest of the information in order to manipulate you. And by selectively sharing what footage they showed and what they posted online, they were able to make it seem like we were soldiers trying to create a bridgehead and not people trying to help others that were drowning in the river. And so there are bad actors trying to jump on this constantly in order to affect the media speed. And if you're scrolling on Twitter and that thing just showed up in your feed, you wouldn't think twice of it. You're like, oh, and you keep scrolling. And because since you didn't double check, even if it doesn't have that big of an impact on you, it can still affect the way you see the war. There are bad actors trying to use misinformation and grab the story before anybody else gets it in order to try to manipulate the public.
Ford, part of what you do is sort of try to solve this problem, right? If you put the full video, if you give all the footage, if you give everyone the raw material, at least in theory, motivated consumers can go seek it out. What do we do about the problem of not motivated consumers? There are plenty of people who are perfectly happy to have their dinner pre-chewed. Is there a way to, you sometimes see these proposals, oh, we're gonna teach media literacy in public schools. I am skeptical that that's gonna be the way that we're gonna improve the situation. But it does seem like something needs to be done. What can we do there?
So definitely teach all your young ones. my wife is a teacher, and I did do a 1-hour presentation for her 5th and 6th graders about how to find the primary sources. So that it is possible, you can teach them. I have a very magical tool that I want to introduce you all to, reverse image search. So a big problem that I've been seeing, especially on Twitter, I do love Twitter, but a problem that's been happening especially recently is that real images that actually happened are being posted deliberately out of context from the actual thing that happened. So to give an example, there's this convoy heading to the border, now it's arrived, but this week was heading to the border, and there's a lot of right-wing to do about this is gonna be the biggest thing, there's gonna be 700,000 trucks worth of people, whatever, ended up being a couple hundred. But before they even took off, there was actually a video that I saw that was posted and had 16,000 retweets. So millions of people saw this thing. And it was footage of people in kind of militia gear kind of marching around. And the caption was, "Patriots headed to the border by the thousands," something like that. And I recognized it. I filmed this in 2019 in Portland, Oregon. Never mind the absurdity of marching from Portland, Oregon to Texas when we have the technology. Right? But I was able to, reply with, here's my footage of that exact same moment, and it ended up in the community notes of the tweet, and it actually ended up in a PolitiFact article. But even if you don't have that level of kind of that it ends up being a fact check that's cited or something like that, if you're looking at something and it seems kind of weird, is this being taken out of context or something, a really good thing that it's so easy is just screenshot the post, throw it into a reverse image search like TinyEye or Google Images also has one, and then do the thing where it basically finds the earliest time that it was on the internet. Usually that's literally the primary source, right? So people taking primary sources out of context is a huge portion of the disinformation, and you have a really easy tool to fight that.
So what you're saying is the best tool to fight disinformation is noticing when the vibes are off?
Read the room.
It definitely helps. It's a good first step.
I want to echo.
Yeah, I was going to just go to you. Go ahead.
Because you guys both made really important points that I was going to bring up after Dylan spoke. Community notes has been so helpful. Feel however you want about Elon Musk. He's single-handedly saving free speech because he's letting you say your stupidity, because that's protected by the First Amendment, but he's also going to call you out when it's just a blatant lie, which I personally appreciate. And one tool specifically I appreciate about X is the fact that I can like a post that will later on be proved as misinformation, and Twitter or X will notify me, hey, and it's top notification urgent. A post you liked has been proven to be untrue. Please read the community note. So they really go above and beyond, at least more than I've seen on another platform, to reduce misinformation, which I think isn't necessarily, as you asked before, completely the end of the world or a problem that people shouldn't be worried about. There's a healthy balance in between, where the problem starts when there is the misinformation, even if it gets community noted later on, or even worse, it's on Instagram and there are no community notes. In fact, they're taking down things that are true or whatever, we won't go there. But the problem is when you see it grows to the national media that we're speaking about, the Foxes, the CNNs, and there's a specific example I remember that really made me sick how it even got to national news, was there's a professional actor, you mentioned the word actor and it reminded me, literally an actor who's acting out fake war scenarios in Gaza right now. And MSNBC took one of these videos and put it on their national news channel, and it was community noted. So this actor has played a radiologist who was bombed, a journalist who was bombed, a father who was bombed, himself as an amputee, yet he has all his limbs. And he is an actor, so he's great at it, makeup, everything. So we keep count, my Twitter friends, and we've counted out 18 scenarios in which he's been killed. 18 times he was killed. But MSNBC and CNN continue to put him on the news, and they wrote, journalist killed, father killed, hospital worker, UN double whatever, useless nations, employee killed. And I'm like, how many times could this dude die? Like, I can't see his face anymore. How are they so stupid? The same network puts him on 8 times. But that's where the problem becomes a bigger issue, because now it went from maybe a couple thousand people seeing it to millions of people who want to believe it already, because it's just the side of the political spectrum they're on, and now it becomes a bigger problem. So it's like, now the question is, how do you make people care enough to research? Okay, obviously I know it's not true because I've done my research, but now you all do your research. Like, how do you motivate people to actually dig deeper like we're all saying that they should? That's where the problem starts. You know, I learned in school too how to do reverse image searching, probably in the 3rd grade, which I think is a little too young. But the problem is getting people to actually care, which I can speak for myself is very frustrating. Very frustrating.
That actor identifies as a cat, so he's got 9 lives.
Yeah.
He's used them up, it sounds like.
He has 17, apparently.
Yeah, he's done.
Oh, he has a name, Mr. Fafo. It's like trending on Twitter. Yeah, he's cool.
So I think, you know, in a way what community notes are is sort of a testament to this. Maybe the antidote to bad speech is more speech, and if we just have enough points of view, it all evens out. I think, though, that many people on the stage have at least at some point been accused of doing misinformation, right? Have been accused of producing something that's somehow poisonous to the polity. Reason has had experiences where videos have been taken down for, you know, what I think is important to emphasize is often in fear of or at behest of a government agency, right? Like somewhere behind the censorship, so often lurks a person with actual political power. And sometimes, you know, in many nations, many of the countries that people are representing here, it's quite overt. You know, shut down your newspaper or we will kill you. Sometimes it's subtler, as when the CDC sends a bunch of emails to Facebook, who then sends a bunch of notes to people saying, hey, we kind of don't love your take on COVID or global warming or whatever it is. I wonder if we could just do a very quick lightning round of what misinformation have you done?
Oh,
or
we're incriminating ourselves.
Been accused of doing, maybe. And maybe we'll start with David.
Well,
confess your sins, David.
When it comes to misinformation or disinformation from me, it's probably going to be around Boeing. I take credit for, in the aviation industry, there's a long time saying that if it's not Boeing, I ain't going. I take credit for changing that statement to if it's Boeing, I ain't going. I've disliked Boeing since even before the MAX plane was a thing. So I'm very open, I'm very honest about my dislike of the company. I have nothing against the people of Boeing, the workers of Boeing, and their older products are great products. I just have a problem with their company and especially the way their management is run. Like I was telling you backstage when they were talking about the failure of the financial regulators during the 2008 financial crisis. That's exactly how the Boeing MAX plane got onto the market, because what happened was with the cuts in the FAA budgets. What the FAA did is they went and hired a Boeing employee as the FAA representative in the certification process of the MAX plane. And they said, okay, now you go be our representative to your company and all will be good. And that's how Boeing was able to put a system in the MAX planes that they just didn't tell anybody about that ended up causing 2 crashes. And so like I said, if you see a post on BamaNewsNow.com when it comes back and it's about Boeing, be skeptical. Go read other sources to make sure that I'm right, because I'm very open about my bias against Boeing.
And of course, Boeing is also a major beneficiary of the Import-Export Bank when it exists, it doesn't exist, and then exists again. Very entangled with the state as well. Ford?
Setting the stage, January 20th, 2021. Joe Biden is being inaugurated. January 6th has just happened, so the city is pretty much locked down. There's very little demonstrations. I'm out there filming whatever I'm gonna see, and I came across basically a religious hate group, God hates, and then, you know, all kinds of expletives, that kind of thing. And So I filmed that demonstration happen, and a person across the street who is not wearing a shirt yells at them, and I have this exactly in my head, these are exact words, "Correct your hate, correct your hate, correct your hate. I still believe the election was stolen, but you, sir, are preaching the wrong form of Christianity." That quote made it into my YouTube video. It was 8 minutes long of this one demonstration that happened outside the inauguration. I was suspended from YouTube for 2 weeks for election disinformation because the shirtless man, in part of one of the sentences he said, "I still believe the election was stolen." You are engaging, according to YouTube, in election disinformation if a shirtless person yells the words, "I still think the election was stolen." I never made such a claim, right? My style is purely observational. I just filmed the thing happening. But YouTube essentially took the position that if you don't actually disavow the disinformation about the election, or if someone makes a claim related to COVID that they view as disinformation, then you personally have engaged in the disinformation regardless of what your own intention is, which of course I think is ridiculous because in reality, the video is a true accounting of what happened.
Our MC for this weekend, Robbie Suave, had this exact same problem, only it was just Donald Trump speaking. So
Oh, I've been suspended for filming Trump as well.
same issue.
While he was the president.
Yeah.
I was going to actually talk about demonetization, so you stole it, so you sabotaged me. But besides that, I'll just say a fun story then. So my name's Dylan Burns, last name Burns, and some people are confused as to how quickly I went from Twitch streaming to war journalism, filming on the front line. How did you do that so quickly? And people have made certain theories, and one of the theories was Dylan Burns, the head of the CIA's name is William Burns. He's my grandfather. And I have seen any number of different, cavalcade of different string connected to this string trying to connect me to the CIA because, in my opinion, now this is my interpretation of events, maybe I presented something or a war crime or a picture of something that did not match with their pre-conscribed notion of how the world works or how the war is going or what's being fought over, what war crimes have been committed. And I want to say a big warning that I know the historian Timothy Snyder has talked about and a lot of people have talked about. A big warning I want to give is about a dedication to the truth. It cannot be that you walk back from your conclusion once you find something that does not match up with your preconceived notions that you found. If that is what we do, if we find something that's inconvenient and then we go to Google and try to find a bunch of studies that say the exact opposite because that makes us feel uncomfortable, then what this becomes is not a contest in what is true, what would be best for the country, what would be best for the society. It becomes a contest in who can perform the best, who can put the most bells and whistles and horns and get the most attention and put on the best show in politics, not who's dedicated to the truth, who's dedicated to reforming the country for better. And that's what I'm really scared about because that's what I think is happening right now is we have a bunch of people engaging in a clown show over talking about policy issues.
I think my story is a little more incriminating, but I took accountability for it, so here we go. I'm sorry I keep bringing it back to October 7th in Israel, but that's just been all-consuming for me lately. So after October 7th, needless to say, we're all on social media. There were so many horrid videos going around of things I don't want to describe right now, but we've all seen them. But in addition to what actually happened, a lot of old videos of other horrible crimes started to resurface. And one in particular that bothered me, and I'm going to apologize in advance, is a video of a woman who was being burned alive. And now that's something I saw maybe October 8th or 9th. And right away, the caption said, woman burned by Hamas, and I was like, oh my God, this is horrible. I have to share every atrocity. And by the way, 99.9% of them that I shared were actually things Hamas committed. But that specific video was taken, I think in Colombia in 2016, and I put it on my story. And now I have 2 million followers. That's a lot of people to influence. So I try to spread only the truth. And in sharing that video, I literally wrote, Israeli woman burnt alive by Hamas. And it's a horrid video. Now, right away, I got hundreds of DMs. This video is old, it's from Colombia, blah, blah, blah. And immediately I took it down. Now, 20,000 people had already seen it. So right away, I did another post apologizing. And I said, excuse me, that my last post was false. It was XYZ, and I'm sorry for sharing something. I believed it to be true. And of course, I got so much hate. But I can at least, sleep at night knowing that I tried to correct it. And on a less serious note, I was vegan for 2 years. And I went all out, extreme PETA advocacy, until I became severely anemic. And then I broke my veganism like 2 weeks ago. And this morning in DC, I posted an egg. And the vegans came for my throat and said, "You lied about being vegan." So I had to make a post announcing that I was no longer vegan so I don't look like a fraud. So 2 examples of misinformation being spread, one more serious than another. But I think accountability is an easy way to undo the damage that you've done.
So this has been a little bit doomy and gloomy, I guess. Maybe let's try to end on a positive note. At Reason, we think that you absolutely can do journalism that has a point of view, and it can also be journalism with integrity that improves the quality of the discourse through investigation, analysis, whatever. This is an idea that is both ascendant and completely out of fashion, right? I think everyone would agree on some level, the media is biased. Everyone who is a journalist is also a human. So at the very, very basic level, you're bringing your preconceived notions. Y'all are here at Students for Liberty, so you presumably have some ideological commitments that you would bring to your work. How do you combine having strong ideological commitments and a vision for a good world with doing journalism with integrity? Why don't we start with you?
Well, you've pretty much got to, like I said, you, the individual, have to really have a commitment to the facts. Like, for example, even with me with Boeing, as much as I dislike them, whenever I start talking factual things, I'm going to try to be as honest and factual as possible. And I get my information from other journalists, especially about Boeing, from other journalists that are in the Seattle, Washington area. Dominic Gates and John Osweiler, Dominic Gates of the Seattle Times and John Osweiler of the Air Current do great work in covering Boeing. So if I'm passing along technical information or factual information like they just said, I'm getting that information from them. I'm not getting it from me. That's not something that David came up with. Like, for example, how many of you have heard of the story of the Clotilda, the last slave ship to bring slaves from Africa into America? It came into Mobile. They recently, a few years ago, found the remains of the ship. If you just listen to ABC News and the national media, and especially National Geographic, you would have thought Jim Delgado had discovered it, but it wasn't. It was a local environmental reporter by the name of Ben Raines that had covered it. And he had not only had he documented all of his efforts, but the local media had done such a good job of getting his story out there that the local museum actually corrected a misinformation that was in the museum about Delgado finding the Clotilda, and they changed it and corrected it to Ben Raines. So you just got to be vigilant, and you've got to put the right information out there, and then eventually people will come along and correct it.
Emily?
I would echo kind of what everyone's been saying to conclude. Stick to the facts. Now, the question of finding what's fact versus fiction, that's going to be up to you guys and your investigative skills, and I have faith in all of you. Being here shows me that you guys do care. Something I've actually been mocked for, but it gets to the point, is like I do a lot of debates on air, and there's no going back once you've said it live. So one thing I do that people laugh at me for is I always I don't even argue with the person. I have a pamphlet or stats or something backing up my argument, and I hold it up to the camera like an idiot, like population growth or like a fact sheet of I always have the facts and I have the primary source, like you keep emphasizing is important. So I think it's important to stick to the facts, and what I really appreciate what you said is even if you have a strong opinion and a strong emotion about something, you can express that it's your opinion, but the facts are X, Y, Z. And it's easy to get carried away and like the clicks and the clout that comes with misinformation, but ultimately, if you actually are a decent person, you should just stick to the facts. See, he sneezed. That means I'm right. Bless you.
Dylan?
From the moment, I work mostly with film. I do some articles, but I mostly do film. From the moment you choose your shot, your bias is showing. From the fact that you chose you want to display this over this, that over that, you have chosen that you think, for whatever reason, this deserves more attention than this other thing. Your bias is showing immediately. To acknowledge that is the first step to being a better journalist. Once you acknowledge that, then you can start to make conclusions about, okay, how can I work to make sure I'm not selective of what I'm choosing in order to make a guide to say one thing while leaving out all the other information. For example, if you believe that one economic model is great and you include all this information to show how great this economic model is, but then you leave all this work in the field away and you don't tell the viewer at home that it exists. For example, I know a lot of IR theorists, since I work in foreign policy, a few IR theorists who will just display to audiences their IR theory, audiences who have no frame of reference for IR, and then they don't know that there's other models as well and that it's all theoretical. There was information that was left out. For me, something that I had to work on was making sure that when the Ukrainians mess up, I have to show that. I remember, for example, the Kherson story. When I was there, I was told that there was one bunker to go into, and if anything happens, to run to that bunker. And they made a big fuss about the bunker. Then when the bombing happened, I ran to the bunker and it was locked. And I was locked out and I had to hide between buildings in order to survive. That is not only an issue in Kherson, that was also an issue in Kiev that the mayor of Kiev got a lot of heat for. I had to include that in my story. If I didn't, because I wanted to paint the Ukrainians right, because I do believe they have a right to their own country, then I wouldn't be a good journalist. I would be corrupting that first draft of history.
And we'll go to the final word to Ford. No pressure.
Cool. Yeah. When you convert any story into some kind of a medium, be it photograph, written, or video, you could argue that it has to inherently become fiction, right? Like you've taken a real thing and then you've invented your version of it. And so if you acknowledge that to begin with, I think what you should be trying to do is subvert the fictionalizing element of turning something into medium. And so in my case, my particular answer to this, although it's not applicable to every form of journalism, is that in addition to just showing raw footage that's commentary-less, having the live streams available so that people can see essentially everything that I saw. They can't see what I didn't see, but they can see how the story was assembled because they get that entire timeline from beginning to end. And I think that that kind of raw material, it's a very replicatable model. And I would encourage you to follow freelancers, live streamers, people who essentially do that, because there are many more of them.
Thank you very much to everyone here in the audience who is doing their own form of citizen journalism or good old-fashioned dead tree journalism even. And thank you to our panelists, to David, Ford, Dylan, and Emily.
I'm gonna let y'all get off and then I'm gonna,
Sorry?
I'm gonna let y'all get off the stage and then I'm gonna get down.
Okay, yeah.
I tweet every year the Knicks are going to win, and I don't think they're going to win. You can't trust me.
All right. Hello, hello. Good evening, friends, and thank you all for joining us tonight. I'm going to start by asking you a few questions. So we know that libertarian ideas work in theory, and more importantly in practice, but why? I ask you, how do we demonstrate to everyday people that our ideas work if they don't care about our philosophy or our principles? Can there be a way for the liberty movement to grow and to shine a spotlight on the countless victories that we've simply overlooked? Tonight, I have the distinct honor of introducing someone I'm sure you are all very familiar with, and let's learn the answer to how all of those questions, oh geez, I totally stepped over my words there. Again, let's learn the answer to all of those questions from a concept that everyone intuitively understands. What is it? Well, you're not going to believe it, but Spike Cohen is going to tell you all about it. So please join me in giving a warm SFL welcome to Mr. Spike Cohen.
Thanks, Ethan. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ethan, for that incredible, powerful cliffhanger moment there at the end. What is it? You'll never believe it. Folks, thank you so much for being here. How are y'all doing? That was a good first, no, that was good. That was a good first try. How's everyone doing? There we go. There we go. I am clearly at Students for Liberty. Who here, show of hands, who here is a student? I can barely see anyone anyway, but I do see some hands raised. So a lot of students here. I have enjoyed so much talking with the students here. Every time I get to talk with one of you about what brought you to Liberty, what your plans are for the future, how you want to be a leader for the Liberty movement in the future, I feel actually very old. Because I am often speaking with an adult who is incredibly intelligent and seems to understand and articulate things possibly better than me, who is literally half my age. But that's my own personal problem. But what I really actually feel when I talk with you is an incredible amount of excitement for the future. Because even though I feel old, I realize that this movement and our values are timeless. I recognize, as I believe you do, that we have the solutions that are going to fix things. Real quick, just throw out a couple, in one or fewer words, what does libertarianism mean to you? What does liberty mean to you? Freedom. Choice. Anarchy, there you go. There's always one. Entrepreneurialism. Consent, that's a big one. Oh. Those were all great things. Everything that was said all at once there was fantastic. Listen, we know we have the solutions. We know that we are going to fix the problems that we're facing because we are the only ones who have the real answers here. Who here is ready to take the ideas that we actually have to convince other people to go along with it? But the problem is, very often, other people don't understand our ideas, or they have a bad take on it. Many other people think that freedom is part of the problem. They might think that we're too free. They might think that we need even more regulations. Now, how do you deal with someone like that? I think we all know the answer. You tell them they're wrong online, you argue with them endlessly, and then you make memes about how stupid they are. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. No, I'm concerned about how many of you just clapped for that. Listen, I get it. I like arguing on the internet as much as anyone else here. And that's unfortunate because I shouldn't be doing that. I should be leading by example. But you know what I like more than arguing? I like tapping into what they already agree with us on. I have found, and I think you'll agree with me by the end of this, I have found that we can boil down not just the ideas of liberty, but how we can win for liberty into an idea that just about every single person agrees with. And that word is respect. I'm going to prove it right now. Thank you. I'm going to prove it right. By the way, anytime you want to clap, I will stop, okay? This is a... Thank you for that completely unprompted applause. I appreciate that. I'm going to prove it right now. Who here is against respect? There we go. The thing is, we all intuitively understand that respect is good, but I'm going to go even deeper with this. To be here at Students for Liberty, to leave wherever you live and to come here, interacting with everyone here and then going home, you will likely interact, not just here, but everywhere that you've had to go to get here and back home. You will have to have interacted with thousands, tens of thousands, possibly even hundreds of thousands of people that you've been in close proximity to. And the vast, vast majority of all of those people that you interact with are complete and total strangers. You know nothing about them. You don't know what their values are. You don't know what their aims are. You don't know what they have planned. And yet, for the most part, you have been able to come here and go back home, and you have a reasonable, relatively reasonable expectation that you are safe. The reason that we have that, and it's that expectation that allows us to thrive. It is that expectation that we are relatively safe that allows us to be able to be as prosperous and harmonious and happy as we are. Well, what is that expectation? We have an expectation that that just about every single one of those people will have a basic level of respect for us as individual human beings, and that we in turn will have that same respect for them. Now, when I say respect, I don't mean that they like you or care about you or agree with you or even know anything about you. You don't know anything about them. So you might not care about them any more than you care about any other person. But you have a basic intrinsic level of respect for them as an individual human being. It is why you don't stomp on them the same way you might step on an ant that you're walking by. It's because you recognize that they're human beings and that therefore you're not going to hurt them. You're not going to rob them. You're not going to assault them. You're not going to kill them. You're not going to do anything else to them. And in turn, you expect that from them. We talk a lot about high trust societies and how they're safer and people are happier in them. Well, high trust of what? Trust that there is a basic level of individual human respect that everyone or just about everyone in that community or that neighborhood or that country or society or whatever else have for one another. Now, this is something that intuitively, intrinsically makes sense to the point to where we don't even really think about it. I could say this to a 7-year-old, hey, if you respect other people and they respect you, then that's good, right? And they'll say, yes, of course. Everyone knows this. And yet, so many of us, no one in here, of course, we're all very, very smart, but so many of us will put that expectation aside for the government. The government is just people. The government is people like everyone else in here. Might be a couple lizards, but for the most part, they're human beings just like you and me, thank you. For the most part, they are human beings they are all human beings, let's be clear. I want to be clear. I have no evidence that any of them are lizards. And so these are human beings who, if they were not acting in that capacity as a government official, a politician, a law enforcer, a bureaucrat, whatever their position is in the government, if they were acting outside of that capacity, we would expect them to respect us. If that same person were walking down the road and they walked up to you and said, give me 25% of everything you have on you, or I'm gonna make your life really difficult, you're gonna fight back. You're gonna ask for help. You're gonna run away. Or if you do give to them, it's gonna be completely under duress and you're gonna report them to someone. But if that same person gets up behind a really nice podium like this and says, folks, I have some fantastic news. You've seen this before. I have some fantastic news. I am going to provide you with the things that you need, and I'm only going to have to increase taxes by 25%. We are levying a new 25%, and of course, the unspoken there is you're gonna have problems if you don't pay it. Now, we recognize what that is. It's no different than the person walking up to you and saying, you have to give to me. But many other people look at that and go, 25%, man, that's gonna be rough. I wonder what we're gonna get in exchange for it. Or they might say, you know what, I'm sick of all these taxes. I'm not gonna pay any more of it. I'm gonna go speak to someone about it. They're not fighting, they're not coalescing to do anything other than to essentially ask them not to do it because they don't have they have put aside that expectation, that basic expectation that someone in that position over here doesn't have to have the same respect for them as an individual human being and therefore not to rob them and take from them as they would if the person was just standing here, not wearing a fancy suit like this and saying, hi, my name's Bob. That is the difference here. And it is that setting aside of that expectation or that contextualization of that expectation that allows government to be as tyrannical as it is. Very often, they don't have to use force. They just have to use the presumed authority that people give them. And this is what we at our core as libertarians understand. Wherever they are, podium, not podium, anything else, whether they're politicians, whether they are employees of the government, or whether they're just everyday people like you and me, they have to respect us the same as they would outside of that capacity. And it is that core message that everyone already agrees with. And I know everyone here is thinking the exact same thing. Spike, you are so right. It is amazing that you're saying this. I agree with you 100%. You look great, by the way. Have you been working out? A little bit, yeah, thank you. Why are you? I get an applause for telling you that you asked me if I work. You know what, I'll go with it. I love you guys. So listen, the reality is that people agree with us. They understand that. But how do we make that connection? Well, I can tell you one way that I'm making that connection. I started a nonprofit called You Were the Power. And thank you. That I understand clapping for. Thank you. What is You Are the Power, you say? So You Are the Power is an organization we started. We find people who are being abused by their local governments, being disrespected by their local governments. And we help organize our thousands of liberty activists across the country, including what sounds like quite a few of you in here, as well as the people in that local community who are being disrespected. And we fight until they get that respect that they deserve. Now, not only are we doing that, in helping people right now, we are also messaging to that community and to the public that at its core, this thing that happened, whether it's a CPS trying to tear a family apart for no reason, whether it's politicians abusing eminent domain to steal someone's property, or zoning board members abusing their authority to steal, whatever it is that we come into, whether it's, for example, the government banning people from feeding people who need food. Whatever it is, at its core is the government, officials in government, not respecting people as individual human beings, because if they did, they would have never done that. They would have never robbed them, they would have never taken from them, they would have never threatened them, they would have never abused them, they would have never done that. And so instead of arguing with people about libertarian philosophy, which again is one of my favorite hobbies, I know it is yours as well, instead, I show people an example of something that they already agree with us is a terrible thing. And I give them an opportunity to join us, to fight for and with us for that respect. And I drive home that message over and over again. This is about respect. This is about people in government treating you exactly how you would demand that they treat you if they weren't in government. And we have been winning. We have been expanding across the country. But I'll tell you another group that's doing it. It's right here, Students for Liberty. Students for Liberty is taking that message of respect and taking it across the, over 100 countries, it's well over 60 that are represented here. And at the core of that message is human respect. At the core of the message of everything that you are all doing as leaders for liberty in your various countries, you are fighting to be treated with respect as an individual human being, and you are demonstrating the respect that you have for others as individual human beings. I'll tell you someone else who has been doing that with great success in the electoral sphere. Who here has heard of Javier Milei? Oh, okay, so got some fans here. You may or may not know this, but he's an alumnus of Students for Liberty. In many of his viral speeches, he's actually wearing an SFL pin. And I think, personally, that the reason that he has been so successful running as a philosophical anarcho-capitalist, that's for the anarchist guy over there, running as an anarcho-capitalist, yeah, I'm with you, who is promising to slash government, he won on that promise. And it wasn't because he got up and said, you know, these things aren't working very well, and if you look at this chart, you can see how there's a inverse correlation. No, what he did was he said, they are scamming you. These agencies that are on this wall are scamming you. They're robbing you. They don't respect you. They're taking from you. I'm going to give back what they took from you. Afuera, afuera, afuera. And so when those people saw him ripping those agencies or ministries off the wall, they didn't see, oh no, my education, oh no, my women's studies, or whatever the other things were on there. What they saw was, oh good, he's ending the scam. He respects us. Si se fuera. Did I say that right? Se puede. Si se puede. Yes. So anyway, impromptu Spanish moment, number 2. But so the reality is, whatever it is that you do, whether you're doing it in the realm of electoral politics, whether you're doing it in the realm of activism, whether you're doing it in the realm of journalism, we just had people talking about that, whether you're doing it in emerging technologies or in business or in health and wellness, whatever you are doing, I encourage you to take this core message with you. When we respect one another, we are more harmonious, we are more prosperous, and we are more happy. And when we are not respecting one another, we have less of all of that. We are less happy, we are less harmonious, and we are less prosperous. I call that the principle of human respect. And I encourage you to adopt it the same way I have. It's what I do at You Are the Power, it's what Students for Liberty is doing here, and it's what I hope to see you do. I'm gonna leave you with this. Liberty is going to win because it has to. If we're going to go from this kind of slow managed decline that we are starting to see now to a future that we can't even imagine, it's only going to happen with freedom. It's only going to happen with decentralization of power. It's only going to happen with free market capitalist economics. That is the reality of it, and we're the ones who understand that the best. And so when we win, it's going to be because of you. You are going to be the people that they talk about in your countries, including if it's in the States. You're going to be the one that they talk about. The people who said, no, I'm not going to go with the status quo. I am right, and here is why I'm right, and here is why I expect you to join me. And if you use respect, whatever messaging you use, I encourage you to go forward and keep fighting for liberty. That's the rest of my time, folks. Thank you so much for being a part of this. I want to ask you one more question. I don't know about you, but I am here for nothing short of a revolution. Now, who's with me? Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
All right. Spike was absolutely telling the truth when he said Javier Milei has been affiliated with SFL. I was scrolling Twitter earlier this morning, and I saw a tweet from SFL, the SFL account. I'm sorry, X. Maybe we have to call it X now. I don't know. And an X from Students for Liberty had been retweeted by Javier Milei just this morning. Very exciting. Yeah, let's give a round of applause for all of our excellent speakers we've had today. We have much more to come. This evening, John Stossel will be giving a keynote address during dinner. That starts around 7:15, so you've got a little bit of free time. Tomorrow morning, we'll be back here, 9 a.m. We've got still more good speakers to come. Spike Cohen will be back, Joe Jorgensen talking, and finally, Justin Amash will be joining us as well. Great discussions to come about fusionism. There's going to be a debate on whether national divorce is a good idea taking place tomorrow. So much more this evening and tomorrow. Thank you all for being here, and let's keep spreading that message of freedom and liberty.
Became a stupid government. That makes every Rick here less Rick than me.
There are people who have and embrace the authoritarian instinct to control.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty pieces and leading initiatives. You'll see the
Who's really in charge of government?
The war did not end the Great Depression, it masked it.
It's a textbook example of cronyism.
pretty classical liberal, if you ask us. Spoilers will follow. This is The Invisible Lens.
You wanted to be safe from the government, so you became a stupid government. That makes every Rick here less Rick than me.
There are people who have and embrace the authoritarian instinct to control.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Enjoy. This is the moment the story changed.
We just did away with the TSA.
Is the right to make our own health decision.
Why are both the left and right trying to change it? The issue is a bit larger than that.
You are allowed to make your own guns.
Who's really in charge of government?
The war did not end the Great Depression, it masked it.
It's a textbook example of cronyism.
Pretty classical liberal, if you ask us. Spoilers will follow. This is The Invisible Lens.
Safe from the government, so you became a stupid government. That makes every Rick here less Rick than me.
There are people who have and embrace the authoritarian instinct to control.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission: educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
We're gonna enjoy. This is the moment the story changed.
We just did away with the TSA.
Is the right to make our own health decision.
Why are both the left and right trying to change it? The issue is a bit larger than that.
You are allowed to make your own guns.
Who's really in charge of government?
The war did not end the Great Depression, it masked it.
It's a textbook example of cronyism.
Pretty classical liberal, if you ask us. Spoilers will follow. This is The Invisible Lens.
You wanted to be safe from the government, so you became a stupid government. That makes every Rick here less Rick than me.
There are people who have and embrace the authoritarian instinct to control.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission: educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
enjoy. This is the moment the story changed.
We just did away with the TSA.
Is the right to make our own health decision.
Why are both the left and right trying to change it? The issue is a bit larger than that.
You are allowed to make your own guns.
Who's really in charge of government?
The war did not end the Great Depression, it masked it.
It's a textbook example of cronyism.
Pretty classical liberal, if you ask us. Spoilers will follow. This is The Invisible Lens.
You wanted to be safe from the government, so you became a stupid government. That makes every Rick here less Rick than me.
There are people who have and embrace the authoritarian instinct to control.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Enjoy. This is the moment the story changed.
We just did away with the TSA.
Is the right to make our own health decision.
Why are both the left and right trying to change it? The issue is a bit larger than that.
You are allowed to make your own guns.
charge of government?
The war did not end the Great Depression, it masked it.
It's a textbook example of cronyism.
Pretty classical liberal, if you ask us. Spoilers will follow. This is The Invisible Lens.
You wanted to be safe from the government, so you became a stupid government. That makes every Rick here less Rick than me.
There are people who have and embrace the authoritarian instinct to control.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn. It empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
We're gonna enjoy. This is the moment the story changed.
If we just did away with the TS.
Left and right trying to change it. The issue is a bit larger than that.
You are allowed to make your own guns.
Who's really in charge of government?
The war did not end the Great Depression, it masked it.
It's a textbook example of cronyism.
Pretty classical liberal, if you ask us. Spoilers will follow. This is The Invisible Lens.
You wanted to be safe from the government, so you became a stupid government. That makes every Rick here less Rick than me.
There are people who have and embrace the authoritarian instinct to control.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Enjoy. This is the moment the story changed.
If we just did away with the TSA.
Is the right to make our own health decision.
Why are both the left and right trying to change it? The issue is a bit larger than that.
You are allowed to make your own guns.
Who's really in charge of government?
The war did not end the Great Depression, it masked it.
It's textbook example of cronyism.
Pretty classical liberal, if you ask us. Spoilers will follow. This is The Invisible Lens.
safe from the government, so you became a stupid government. That makes every Rick here less Rick than me.
There are people who have and embrace the authoritarian instinct to control.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
This is the moment the story changed.
If we just did away with the TSA.
Is the right to make our own health decision.
Why are both the left and right trying to change it? The issue is a bit larger than that.
You are allowed to make your own guns.
Who's really in charge of government?
The war did not end the Great Depression, it masked it.
It's a textbook example of cronyism.
Pretty classical liberal, if you ask us. Spoilers will follow. This is The Invisible Lens.
You wanted to be safe from the government, so you became a stupid government. That makes every Rick here less Rick than me.
There are people who have and embrace the authoritarian instinct to control.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Enjoy. This is the moment the story changed.
If we just did away with the TSA.
Is the right to make our own health decision.
Why are both the left and right trying to change it? The issue is a bit larger than that.
You are allowed to make your own guns.
Who's really in charge of government?
The war did not end the Great Depression, it masked it.
It's a textbook example of cronyism.
Pretty classical liberal, if you ask us. Spoilers will follow. This is The Invisible Lens.
Safe from the government, so you became a stupid government. That makes every Rick here less Rick than me.
There are people who have and embrace the authoritarian instinct to control.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission: educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
We're gonna enjoy. This is the moment the story changed.
We just did away with the TSA.
Is the right to make our own health decision.
Why are both the left and right trying to change it? The issue is a bit larger than that.
You are allowed to make your own guns.
Who's really in charge of government?
The war did not end the Great Depression, it masked it.
It's a textbook example of cronyism.
Pretty classical liberal, if you ask us. Spoilers will follow. This is The Invisible Lens.
You wanted to be safe from the government, so you became a stupid government. That makes every Rick here less Rick than me.
There are people who have and embrace the authoritarian instinct to control.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission: educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
enjoy. This is the moment the story changed.
We just did away with the TSA.
Is the right to make our own health decision.
Why are both the left and right trying to change it? The issue is a bit larger than that.
You are allowed to make your own guns. Who's really in charge of government?
The war did not end the Great Depression, it masked it.
It's a textbook example of cronyism.
Pretty classical liberal, if you ask us. Spoilers will follow. This is The Invisible Lens.
Safe from the government, so you became a stupid government. That makes every Rick here less Rick than me.
There are people who have and embrace the authoritarian instinct to control.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Enjoy. This is the moment the story changed.
We just did away with the TSA.
Is the right to make our own health decision.
Why are both the left and right trying to change it? The issue is a bit larger than that.
You are allowed to make your own guns.
Hey. There's a microphone test. 1, 2, 2. Hey. Good evening, everyone. Please take your seats. Food is about to be served. Good evening, everyone. Please take your seats. Food is about to be served. Good evening, folks. Please take your seats for the dinner service. Take your seats for the dinner service. The program will begin at 8:20. Good evening, folks. Please take your seats. The program will begin in a little less than 5 minutes. Please take your seats. The program will begin in a little less than 5 minutes.
Thank you. Welcome everyone to this year's awards dinner of Students for Liberty. How are you guys doing? Have you been invigorated? Have you talked to students? Do you feel the energy in this room? And it's palpable. You excited? Very good. 10 years ago was the last time we were here at this conference. And 10 years ago, I came here and I was a PhD student. I served many years as a volunteer for Students for Liberty. I didn't know what the future will hold. I definitely didn't think I would become CEO at some point. But thanks to Students for Liberty, I knew that I had the skills and the ambition that I can do things in this world. And I not always believed that about myself. And now I have the privilege to do this with thousands of different volunteers around the world so that they can learn new things, challenge themselves and others, and spread the ideas of liberty. And within these 10 years, we truly have become a machinery of empowerment of students. 10 years ago, we were in a few dozen countries. Now, we have volunteers, active volunteers, that do things for liberty every single day in 108 countries. 10 years ago, we had 10,000 people at our events in a single year. This school year, and we're not done yet, it will last until April, we have over 160,000 people at our events. And these results are, of course, thanks to the work of many, many people. I want to thank again the sponsors, but also, and nothing would be happening without any of them, and I'm so grateful to them that they stand with me in order to change the lives of thousands of people, of students. So please give a huge round of applause for the staff of Students for Liberty, and please stand up if you work for Students for Liberty. Thank you. And now I've seen some of our volunteers already stood up because they're really working for us. We don't pay them, but they do put the hours in, and I will tell you a little bit about that later. But also, I hope that you had the chance to talk to a student here. If you haven't had that, make sure that that's the goal of the night, that you talk to one of the international students, some of the American students here, and learn more about their stories. But now I would like to ask all of the volunteers of Students for Liberty also to please rise up. And of course, I want to thank all of the great supporters that make this possible. Our board is here. I want to also thank the board of directors without whom we could not do any of this either, and all of the alumni as well. Many people are to be thanked for, but I'll leave it at that. But so let me tell you a little bit more how we have become a machinery of freedom, and so that you can believe me more. Because I think after tonight, you will really see what kind of impact we have in this country and around the world. Because our students, and nobody's telling them to do this, creating magazines like this, Locksmith. It is a publication they have done here in the United States. Until like a month ago, I had no idea they were doing that. And apparently they have even fundraised for it from a bunch of different organizations. And nobody told them that to do. We connected them with other folks. We helped them a little bit, but they did it all by themselves. And that's just remarkable. And our students have organized this year events for over 2,000 people. And we know what the students are doing. They're not only organizing events, they're speaking, they're organizing, they're fundraising, they're writing blog posts, and so many other beautiful things. And I can tell you, because we're collecting all of that beautiful data, that last year our volunteers have put in the equivalent of time, just in 1 year, of 260 full-time positions in a single year. And that's just remarkable. And all of these numbers are great. I'm a numbers guy, I'm German, I can't help it. I like system and processes, and my staff will tell you the same thing. However, the most important thing is the stories behind these numbers. What are the lives changed, and how are they changed, and how they're changing other people's lives? I just talked randomly to a former student of ours, and I did not know about this story. Somebody from Honduras. And she told me that a few years ago, there was like this draconian law that the Honduran government wanted to implement. It would have taken a lot of freedoms away, specifically during the pandemic. And The Congress people, and it's like a few hundred of them, they don't have their emails online, so they don't want to hear from their people. However, those 6 students, only 6, were able to find all of these email addresses of all these Congress people and coordinated that 8,000 people bombarded them during the session to say and shut down that law. That's just amazing. And they needed to go into hiding afterwards because they were being looked for. But that's just random things I'm learning here at this conference. So get to know their stories and learn more. And these people, of course, becoming at some point alumni, because we want to change campuses now, and that's what the students are doing. But in the future, they will become alumni who are changing not only campuses, but the world. And we're seeing this all the time. Just in the last few days, we had our alumni speaking in front of the people in the Senate, in the Congress, as well as the Helsinki Commission. Some of our folks, alumni in Portugal, are currently privatizing their shitty government airline. And yeah, that's amazing. And in some areas, there is an existence of a liberty movement, and it's really thriving just because of us. Because I can tell you right now, if you look to the continent of Africa, 2/3 of all free market organizations, which is over 20 so-ish, in Africa are either founded by Students for Liberty alumni or are run by Students for Liberty alumni. And you will hear more stories also about the United States, but it's really remarkable. We have 3 vice ministers and ministers. We have dozens of elected officials, and our alumni running 285 organizations around the world. And we have students who are also helping sue the government here in the United States for all of the infringements they have on free speech against students and their right to associate with whatever and whomever they chose, and many other beautiful things. And so the students and alumni are so impressive. So I encourage you once again, talk to some here, have a great time tonight. And you don't have to believe all of this from me. So just talk to them. And I think you will hear some more stories here and you will get a good sense that we are truly changing the world. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your support and have a wonderful night. And now it's my honor to introduce none other than John Stossel. John Stossel was an ABC, Fox Business. Yeah, that's right. Give it up for John already, yes. His documentaries, his investigative journalism has really changed the landscape of journalism and made a place for classical liberal journalists. It's amazing. And he also won the prestigious George Polk Award for Excellence in Journalism. Furthermore, John is running a fantastic organization, or helping with that, led by Rob Schimens. Rob, where are you? There's Rob. Stossel in the classroom, check that out. And you, John, you have been such a fantastic supporter of Students for Liberty for many years. You have taped many of your shows here at this conference before, and I really appreciate you speaking once again to our students, alumni, donors, and supporters. So please, John, take it away. Thank you. Just like that.
Whoops. I'm making videos still. Every Tuesday we release a libertarian video. We reach about average 2.3 million people, which isn't enough, and the ratings aren't the same as the Nielsen ratings were, because I can tell on the street when people used to come up all the time and say, you're what's his name, aren't you? I get less of that, but we are getting 2+ million hits, which is more than anybody else gets. But I need your help because I can't keep doing this. This week we did one on Javier, and God bless him. He seems still to have support. He's getting stuff passed despite some hostility, and it's finally something something to be excited about among politics in the liberty movement. But look, I'm a crotchety old guy. I can't do this forever. We need help. So we have a job opening. I encourage you to apply. Rob Schementz, are you here? Would you stand up, please? He runs the charity, the classroom charity. He has the brochures for he has a booth here. So if you want to see the job requirements, it is in New York City. Too bad that's where I am, and a lot of you refuse to go. But we could use Students for Liberty applicants. And I want to retire and have you take over. I started doing this 55 years ago. This was the hairstyle then. I was no libertarian. I was just a consumer reporter hired by a TV station, and they said, do this consumer reporting. And my attitude was like most people's. I mean, you have to acknowledge you people are abnormal. You get it. Almost nobody gets it. Our job is to help spread it, but it's not intuitive. And as a consumer reporter, I felt like most Americans, most people in the world do, say, okay, maybe capitalism is useful. It brings us some stuff. But by and large, it's cruel and unfair, and that's why we need government to regulate it and make it fair. And that was the kind of reporting I did, pointing out consumer scams, and my peers loved that. They awarded me 19 Emmy Awards. And I was... No, don't clap for Emmy Awards. They're bullshit. It's the liberal media praising itself. My feeling was what a lot of people have. You see a problem, you say, there ought to be a law. There needs to be regulation. The idea that competitive markets could solve it is just not intuitive, and that's for. And as soon as I started to say this is a problem, I stopped winning Emmys. Once I became a libertarian, I no longer won anything from my peers. I don't know why they are. It took me too long to understand the problems of the regulation. But I would do these consumer stories. We'd send a TV to a bunch of repair shops with a loose part. And 18 out of 20 places would say, oh, loose part, no charge. 2 would say, oh, we got to keep it over the weekend and charge us a couple $100. But we hidden cameraed the thing, so when we came back and accused them, they'd say, oh, I would never do that. And I could say, oh, yeah, watch this, and play the tape. And it was good television. And politicians would call up and say, oh, yeah, we saw that. We're going to fix this. We're going to create a Department of Consumer Affairs. And they did in Oregon, which is where I was at the time. And I felt so proud. These politicians were paying attention to young John Stossel. But I stayed on the beat, unlike most reporters who go on. And so I would do the same thing a year later, and same results. Most people were honest. A couple cheated us. So why didn't the department make a difference? Well, the department now, I went to see them. They were in a dreary government building, and they were licensing repair people. And that makes intuitive sense to people. We license dogs. We license drivers. Somehow we feel it makes us safer. But in this case, all it did was meant that everybody had to pay a little more, and we had to pay more for our TV repairs, to go through the process of licensing. And the immigrant who couldn't figure out the rules went underground. Or people had to hire lawyers to explain the rules to them. And it just slowed everything down. And I saw this again and again because I stayed on the beat and just was bewildered by it. And I started to try to read more, to understand. I read the conservative media, which seemed to want to go to war with everybody and police the bedroom. So that made no sense. I looked at more liberal media, and they wanted more regulation. I finally accidentally discovered Reason magazine, and this was my epiphany. Oh. they get it, and get it much better than I did, and I became a libertarian. So this changed my life. As I said, I stopped winning Emmy Awards, but I started reporting on trying to find ways to explain how the regulation itself was a problem. I tried to open a lemonade stand in Manhattan. I couldn't do it legally in under 10 months. And I mean, the stuff you had to do, you had to take a 15-hour food protection course. You had to take an exam, and you had to wait weeks just to take the exam, and so on. And then you could finally be legal if you bought the government-approved fire extinguisher. But this is crazy, and yet people still say, there ought to be a law. Got to do something about it. And then I saw that all these regulations, they didn't even have an effect on the obvious crooks. The people selling the penis enlargers and the breast enlargers and the burn fat while you sleep pills kept getting away with it because the legal system is so slow. The idea that market competition would solve these problems, and now with the internet giving people good consumer advice, just doesn't reach the media. So, as I said, I stopped winning those awards, and I wrote this book about my experience, and it became a bestseller. I thought, if I just explain this to people, I'm a free market zealot now, a born-again free marketer. It just makes so much sense. It brings so much good that people would get it. And despite, obviously, despite the book selling well and all that, people don't get it. My own wife of 40 years still doesn't get it. She kind of does, and then when the New York Times comes out with its next idiot story, she says, but what about this? It's not, you're weird, you're abnormal people. It's not intuitive to people the way it is to you. But I decided I'm going to dedicate the rest of my life now to trying to convince the recalcitrant that this is a better way to go. And that's why I'm doing Stossel TV. I left Fox to do more of these stories. But how do we explain freedom? I mean, Adam Smith got it right with the invisible hand. But look at him. He looks like a fat cat. That's not going to convince people. And the invisible hand is invisible. I mean, we try to find ways to make it accessible to people. Hayek's spontaneous order is probably a more useful way to convey it. And to try to do that, we rented a skating rink and got a former Olympic champion to direct people with a megaphone at the skating rink. And that, of course, caused people to fall down and helps make the point that we all the time work these things out on our own. Still, people say, all right, you know, for simple stuff like that, movies, music, capitalism works, but when it comes to our safety, you have to have government. And that's why in America we have OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Act, and President Clinton was fond of showing this slide when he made speeches. And it's true, workplace fatalities and injuries in step dropped ever since OSHA was created. And it makes you say, yeah, because of their rule book, and they tell the greedy capitalists who couldn't care if their workers get hurt, they set minimum requirements to keep them safe. It's just a priori true. Until you do, as one researcher did, go back and look at what happened before OSHA began. I mean, government's like someone who jumps in front of a parade and says, I led the parade, I made it happen. But the truth is, in a free society, things get better through competition, through free markets. If it's a free society, you're wealthier. Wealthier is healthier. When you have money, you care more about your safety. We also learn through an open society. When there's an accident, people make adjustments to keep it from happening again. Even the greediest factory owner cares because of the market. It costs him more money to replace the workers he kills. Capitalism works. Government fails in so many ways. Just one more example here. Look at the war on poverty. When I was a student, it's the beginning of the war on poverty. It just made so much sense. This is this rich country. It's a disgrace that some people are poor, but we're wise. We can set up programs. We can fix this. And they set up welfare. And you look at the numbers, the poverty line dropped for the first 7 years when welfare began. And it should have. They were giving people money. But of course, they kept going. We've spent $71 trillion on it so far. But what's the long-term result? Progress stopped after those 7 years. We taught people, we encouraged people to be dependent. We created something never seen before, a permanent underclass of fatherless children because you lost money if you were married. You didn't get the welfare check. And even more horrifying is if you look at before the war on poverty began, Americans were lifting ourselves out of poverty on our own. Government continued the progress for 7 years and then stopped it. It's what government does again and again, and government grows. This is a graph of the size of the state since the beginning of the Republic. The first blip is World War I, then World War II, the bigger one, and spending used to go down after wars. But after that, it's only gone up, and I haven't updated this chart. It's gone up even more. It's unsustainable. We have to deal with this. We have to explain to people what works and that this doesn't work. And it ought to be easy because you can see what works. Our ideas work. Look at, as Milton Friedman used to cite, Hong Kong. This little island with no natural resources, it's just a rock. It went from third world to first world in 50 years. We know what creates prosperity. Why doesn't everybody do it? What happened in Hong Kong? Well, they had economic freedom, the main ingredient that lets people make themselves prosperous. It's actually not just economic freedom. You need rule of law. You need to know that if you build a factory, the dictator isn't going to take it from you or somebody isn't going to steal all your product. So those two things. And they had this in Hong Kong. British rulers prevented people from killing each other, or stealing each other's stuff. And then they did something wonderful. They sat around and drank tea. They left free people alone to pursue their own interests, and Hong Kong prospered. I mean, we know what works. It's easy to start a business, or it was in Hong Kong. I started one in a day. It just took a 1-hour trip to get a permit. My business was a stupid business selling ABC yo-yos and frisbees that nobody bought, but that ability to try something is what made prosperity possible. Now, for this hour, ABC sent me around the world. They were spending big in those days, and we stopped in India, where if you want to start a business, you have to get permission from these people. And it could take years, and good ideas died on those shelves in the background. I mean, why is India poor? People from India get rich when they come to free countries. India is poor, I would argue, just because of intuitive regulation. There ought to be a law. The stuff that my wife and most Americans still believe. We have the answer. We ought to follow it. I mean, China has killed Hong Kong, sadly. Democrats want more regulation. They argue that, look, we're not taking care of the poor. Income disparity, the poor are so poor and they're suffering, and yet they ignore the benefits of free markets. And think about it. The kings and queens of Versailles didn't have the lives that the average American poor person has now. We have air conditioning, flush toilets, fresh fruit in the winter, music and theater on demand, pain relief, cars, airplanes, electric life, better lives than the kings had. Because of capitalism, which is now vilified in most American media. I mean, think of the supermarket. It's a miracle. I mean, a zillion products, wide aisles. It's open 24/7. Prices are cheap. They rarely poison you. But we don't thank capitalism when we go to the supermarket. We don't think about it that when you could take a piece of plastic and give it to a stranger in a foreign country who doesn't even speak English, and he'll rent you a car for a week. And when you get home, Visa or MasterCard will have the accounting correct to the penny. You'll scream if they don't. And yet government can't even count the votes accurately. But people want more government. Government fails, individuals succeed. I want to retire. I'm 1,000 years old. I need one of you to replace me. So please, we have to explain the beauty of this. Please come, apply to replace me, and thank you very much, Students for Liberty.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much. And now the awards dinner is gonna start, but I'm not giving out the awards. We have much more exciting people coming here, and my whole board, or parts of the board, is helping with that. And so I have the honor to present to you Alec Green, who is the first presenter, and he is the investment strategist of the Oxford Club, the world's largest financial fellowship with more than 160,000 people subscribing to it. And he told me at some point, I'm living a life pretty well. Because of my focus on financial freedom, I can do whatever I want, with whomever I want, wherever I want. And that's pretty nice. I really like that. And he's our newest board member. So please welcome Alec Green.
Right. Thank you so much. I'm very excited to be the newest member of the board of Students for Liberty. Wolf asked if I might say a couple of words about why I wanted to be on the board. Like many longtime libertarians, I feel like society flourishes most when people are left alone and free from government intervention. And so I wanted to promote the ideas of political and economic and personal freedom. And what better way to do that than with a bunch of smart, energetic, creative young people like we have here tonight. So, but I have to confess, I had a secondary motive for wanting to be on the board, and that is, I think that to a certain extent, the freedom movement has a branding problem. Because I've been to a lot of libertarian conferences where the speakers get up and they say the government, they're coming for your guns, they're coming for your money, they're coming for your bong, they're coming for your Bitcoin. And you know, I think to a lot of Americans who live lives of relative peace and prosperity, it seems not just negative, but a little bit unhinged. And I think that a better way to promote the freedom movement is to talk about the incredible successes that John Stossel just touched on, but that we tend to take for granted in so many ways, and that are the result of classical liberal values that we're here to represent. So let me just mention a few of the things that, despite all the many very real problems that we have that we often don't think about. First of all, human lifespans have never been longer. They dropped briefly during the pandemic, but now they're rising again. And if life is good, like the t-shirts tell us, what could be better than having more of it? Infant mortality is at an all-time low. So what could be sadder than to lose a child? I mean, it used to be routine that children 5 and under would die. Now it's a relative rarity. Standards of living have never been higher. American incomes and household net worth just hit an all-time record. Educational attainment's never been greater. There are more people with high school diplomas and college degrees and postgraduate degrees. IQs, the Flynn effect, have never been higher as well. Despite what you see in the media, violence is in a long-term cycle of decline. It too spiked during the pandemic, but is now declining again. People don't realize that. Your computer, your laptop, your tablet, your smartphone, it's never been more powerful or cheaper. Those of us of a certain generation used to use rotary phones that, believe it or not, couldn't even shoot video. So it's pretty sad. But transportation's never been safer. Communications have never been faster. Poverty is also in a long-term cycle of decline. In the year 2000, 23% of the world lived in abject poverty, extreme poverty. Now it's only 8.5%. That's a huge, huge triumph. And poverty in the West is not what it used to be. The average American who lives under the poverty line lives in larger accommodations than the average European. Not the average poor European, just the average European. And they have color TV and a high-speed internet and dishwasher, microwave, all the things. And it used to be, of course, that if you were poor, it was a struggle to get enough calories to survive. Now we have the opposite problem, where obesity, and even morbid obesity, is a problem with people who are especially poor. There has never been a time in American history when we were less sexist, less racist, less homophobic, so people are more tolerant than ever before. And since my daytime job is helping people achieve financial independence, we're living in a golden age for investors. There's never been more stocks and bonds and mutual funds and ETFs to choose from. Most brokerage houses have no minimum investment. You can start with $1. Commissions, which used to eat up your returns, are now zero at discount brokerage houses. Spreads, which used to be a quarter of a point or an eighth of a point, are now a penny or less. Transactions have never been faster. A click of a mouse and you own a stock, another click of the mouse and you're out of the stock. Compare that to your usual real estate closing. Not much of a comparison. And it's never been easier to monitor your portfolio, and yet I hear people complain, oh, the little guy doesn't stand a chance these days. That the little guy has never had a better chance than he does today. And so despite the many challenges that we face, I think it's important for the freedom movement to recognize that we are living longer, healthier, safer, richer, freer lives than ever before, and that's something to celebrate. And so I'm excited that you students, you happy warriors, are going to go out and spread the word and change the world and show people how democracy and property rights and the rule of law and economic freedom can change the world. So anyway, back to the awards. I'll tell the video team here. There is nominees that we need to look at here. Is the video screen ready? Nominees are?
The Bangladesh Classical Liberal Conference, Region, South Asia. March 14, 2023 at the University of Chittagong marked a historic milestone, Bangladesh's first SFL conference. The Bangladesh Classical Liberal Conference, which welcomed more than 600 students, took place at a crucial time in the country's history, National Parliament election season. The nonpartisan SFL Bangladesh team sought to expose students, mostly first-time voters, to market-based ideas and help them analyze candidates based on the soundness of their economic policies. By emphasizing the connection between free markets and environmental sustainability, the Bangladesh Classical Liberal Conference challenged conventional perspectives and sparked innovative thinking. Thanks to meticulous planning and comprehensive organization, the event attracted a diverse audience, including renowned professors who participated as speakers, panelists, and attendees. One highlight was the presentation of a Bangladeshi entrepreneur whose rags to riches story evoked reflection on the country's regulatory obstacles. The conference also featured a video creation competition with 44 participants showcasing their work on objectivism, classical liberal thought, and free market capitalism. Technology, State, and Individual Conference, Region, Europe. The Technology, State, and Individual Conference focused on innovation and emerging technologies and their role in advancing liberty in the Caucasus region. Organized by Georgian Students for Liberty, Technology, State, and Individuals covered topics such as technology in the context of the Russo-Ukrainian War, modern technologies in autocratic nations, decentralized society, and blockchain's transformative potential. Before the conference, a 3-week training program, the Bitcoin Academy, attracted students from Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan with local and international speakers. 86 graduates of the Academy earned the opportunity to attend the conference, and this approach led to a surge in recruitment, as 80% of ESFL local coordinator applications came from the Caucasus region in the following month. The conference also played a crucial role in bringing together students from Armenia and Azerbaijan, promoting unity in a region marked by discord. The venue, an audiovisual museum with a cutting-edge NFT exhibition, marked a pioneering moment for SFL and Georgia as a whole. SFL Morocco Local Conference. Region, MENA. Morocco was the site of the inaugural Middle East and North Africa Conference. The event exceeded all expectations, welcoming more than 130 enthusiastic student attendees. The second day of the conference saw the pivotal launch of the MENA Free Speech Project, a dynamic initiative comprising 5 distinct events, beginning with a spirited debate on the topic of free speech. The debate was Oxford-style. Students voted on the proposition both before and after the debate, with the side that changed more minds declared the winner. The goals were to raise awareness of free expression and to model respectful disagreement and debate in a region that too often sees a conflict between cultural sensitivities and free speech. The online content created from the debate generated more than 600,000 views in the first 2 months. This lively debate also set the stage for a series of engaging discussions in the MENA region, promising a wealth of enlightening conversations in the future. The resounding success of the conference underscored the potential for promoting liberty and free speech across the MENA region.
And the winner is Bangladesh Classical Liberal Conference.
Thank you so much, everyone. Actually, 5 years ago, I got to know about Students for Liberty, and at that time, I got to know about LibertyCon and the Student Award. So at that moment, I had a dream in my mind that one day I will come to this stage and win this award. And now, here I am, and this is the award. I would like to thank Students for Liberty for giving us opportunity to spread classical liberal ideas every single corner of the world. And also I want to thank my local coordinator in Bangladesh who worked hard a lot to make our conferences success. And I want to thank my mentor, Joe Dennis. Without his guidance, it won't be possible. Thank you so much, Dennis, for everything. Keep supporting us. Peace. Thank you.
So this was the event of the year, but we have more awards. We have now the group of the year, which is introduced by a good friend of mine and now a board member as well. His name is Dr. Gabriel Calzada, and he holds a doctorate from the Universidad Rey Juan Carlos in Spain. And he was actually my professor at some point in my master's in Austrian economics. And I have to tell you, I haven't thought this through when I tried to get him on the board, because he actually gave me one of the worst grades I got in the whole master's degree. And now he's grading me as the CEO of Students for Liberty. So I clearly didn't think this through. But he is an inspiring social entrepreneur. He is now running a free market university in Spain. It's relatively new. You should check it out. They have free market economics, all kinds of different courses. It's called the Universidad de las Eres Verdes. And he is also not only a board member of Students for Liberty, but also president of the Mont Pelerin Society. So welcome, Gabriel Calzada.
Wolf, you perfectly know that the only reason why I am here is because I blackmail you with showing your report card and your disciplinary card. The Group of the Year award. In fact, Wolf, I always thought about that year that you had an incredible group. And I remember I was always a little bit jealous because looking to a group of 20-something students, very passionate about knowing more about the history of our, the pillars of our civilization, different ways to defend liberty, what to do, and share ideas, experiences. This is something that I didn't have at all. I was at a university where there were over 100,000 students, and I found the ideas of liberty in my first semester. I discovered them. I was really enthusiastic. I discovered a whole new world. It was like, I have new glasses. I can see the world in a complete different way. Now I really see what happens. And it was only in the last semester, the last few months, when I finally found another person between these 100,000 students that share my values. And looking at your group, I was also like, wow, I was mesmerized. I was like, this is so fantastic. So to find your pulse, to find the people you can work with, to share ideas, discuss, is really something really important, especially if you want to defend something as important as freedom. I always also looked at the history of the Circle Bastiat, this group in New York of students, Ralph Raico, Murray Rothbard, George Reisman, Robert Hessen, and Leonard Liggio, that found each other while they were students and collaborated and did a lot of things together. They read together, they discussed together. And of course, they needed huge magnets like Mises and Ayn Rand, and this is why they found, and Foundation for Economic Education, this is how they found each other. But I always thought how difficult it has been for ages to find the other students that have your own values, especially when you're defending or you want to defend or know more about liberty. This has changed a lot thanks to technology, of course, thanks to the internet, but also thanks to Students for Liberty. And if not for Students for Liberty, it will be so difficult. We will continue in that world where it was so incredibly difficult to find the other students, and you would spend 5 years in the campus and you wouldn't know who else wanted to defend liberty like you. So thank you, Students for Liberty. Thank you to all these groups defending freedom in the campuses all around the world. And the Group of the Year Award nominees are
Georgian Students for Liberty, Region Europe. Georgian Students for Liberty built on their impressive reputation, organizing 3 regional conferences, 8 in-depth schools, and 41 local events. One notable event, Technology, State, and Individual, nominated for Event of the Year, brought together 86 attendees from Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. The Tbilisi Regional Conference later in the year received 406 applications, with 130 students selected to attend. Georgian SFL also hosted the Ayn Rand Conference, bringing together 110 attendees at a cost of only $250. And the team's dedication to recording Learn Liberty videos at the Russian border garnered significant attention. But perhaps their most impactful contribution came in early March 2023 when Georgian Students for Liberty took to the streets to oppose a Russia-inspired proposed law. This controversial bill threatened the nation's aspirations for stronger European bonds. Undeterred, the students faced off against a brutal police force, enduring tear gas, water cannons, and excessive pepper spray. They not only protested, but also provided support to fellow demonstrators and distributed SFL-branded protest materials, resulting in the withdrawal of the proposed law. Es Libertad Argentina, Region Es Libertad. In recent years, Es Libertad Argentina has faced a series of pre-existing challenges, including some of the world's lengthiest and most stringent COVID-19 restrictions, political upheaval that divided the youth along partisan lines, and a deteriorating economic crisis that discouraged young people from participating in volunteer programs. Into that void stepped Es Libertad Argentina with strong and determined leadership. Its resolute leaders took deliberate steps to rejuvenate Argentina's pro-liberty network, transforming it into a consistently high-performing entity marked by steady improvement and progress. They hosted multiple LibertyCon events and initiated a long-anticipated expansion into provinces beyond the capital, nurturing the growth of top leaders throughout the region. Perhaps most notably, SFL Argentina can count Javier Milei, the newly elected president of Argentina, as an ally. He has regularly been spotted wearing a Students for Liberty pin. The accomplishments of the Argentine group are not only promising, but also serve as a testament to the resilience and determination of Es Libertad groups in the face of challenging times. They have exemplified effective leadership and unwavering commitment as the Argentina group turned adversity into opportunities for growth and success. SFL Peshawar, Pakistan, Region South Asia. A small but determined group, SFL Peshawar has emerged as a shining example of grassroots activism and fundraising for liberty. SFL Peshawar, with its commitment to fostering freedom in a region near Taliban-ruled Afghanistan, has organized more than 30 events with more than 650 participants. SFL Peshawar has also produced 3 Prometheus Fellows. The group's successful organization of the KP Business Plan competition was a major highlight. This Shark Tank-like competition, hosted by the national influencers in partnership with SFL Pakistan, provided a unique opportunity for aspiring student entrepreneurs to showcase their innovative ideas and receive valuable feedback from industry experts. All 3 winning teams from its first leg have already established sustainable business entities in Peshawar. The group's efforts have played a pivotal role in spreading awareness and empowering individuals to embrace personal freedom, free markets, and limited government. As a direct result of their successful media outreach, South Asia SFL received more than 330 applications to the Local Coordinator Program 2023.
And the winner of the Group of the Year award is Libertad Argentina. ¡Viva la libertad, carajo!
Well, well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. In 2022, Lionel Messi became the world champion, winning the World Cup. Last year, in 2023, Javier Milei secured the presidency, becoming the world's first libertarian president in the world. And lastly, but not least, in 2024, SFL Argentina won the Team of the Year award. And this is significant as we began the previous year with the goal in our minds to be the best team in the world and drive the change our country urgently needs. It's a result of the work and passion of our 28 local coordinators, students who face a hostile system towards our ideas, attempting to isolate us and force us to resign to a less free future. Argentinians are passionate people. We love football, mate, and our delicious asado. We put our hearts into every action and convincing, giving everything for what we believe is right. However, that passion can turn into love for state and hate for freedom. Fortunately, in Argentina, we have a team that not only believes in liberty, but is passionate about it, ready to fight to preserve it in our country and in the world. With the victory of Javier Milei, the first libertarian president in history, we have a unique opportunity ahead. Liberalism will be here in politics and have the chance to lead us toward a free, fair future. But we must not forget our role as liberty activists, supporting reforms in defense of life, liberty, and property that the government should promote, communicating to citizens how these ideas work to gain their support and trust, but also begin the guardians of these ideas. Thomas Jefferson said, "The cost of liberty is eternal vigilance." Let's watch over that freedom from the collectivists who want to take it away, but also from its defenders in case they lost their way. Thanks, Students for Liberty, for this recognition, and to our donors for supporting us to make this possible. Let's keep working for this dream, and why not? Viva la libertad, carajo. Muchas gracias.
All right, now we're switching it up. I told you a little bit about the students, and you will be hearing a little bit more about that, but we also need to honor some of our alumni. And so our next presenter has been a writer for Reason magazine since she was an intern. So many of you might already know who I'm talking about. And now she has risen to be the editor-in-chief at Reason. And you can hear her opinions and hot takes every Monday on the Reason Roundtable podcast. Please welcome none other than Catherine Mangu-Ward.
It was actually incredibly cruel of Wolf to ask me to present this award because I was born just a little too soon to ever have the opportunity to actually be an alum of SFL. I missed my chance, but it's nonetheless a tremendous honor to be here to present this award. Selfishly, I have benefited hugely from the network of alumni that SFL has produced. Many of them work at Reason Magazine. Some of them are here tonight. And I am now incredibly honored to serve on the board of SFL as well. I think that SFL has been a dynamic and robust organization for many, many years, but it's really coming into its own, and the alums are a huge part of that. It's sometimes easy to get an infatuation or an enthusiasm in college or when you're a student and then leave it behind. The real commitment to liberty, to continue to work even after college, in the movement or just in your private life, to promote liberty around the world is so important. And so I think it's very appropriate that we are honoring alumni here tonight. Without further ado, let's meet the Alumna of the Year.
Having grown up in Honduras, Yvette Cano has seen firsthand the challenges that a lack of economic freedom can pose to entrepreneurs. And so, as the visionary CEO of Adrianople Group, Yvette has not only been a pioneer for business intelligence, but has also carried the torch for economic empowerment. Her groundbreaking work to compile the largest ever data set on special economic zones has been pivotal in creating economic growth and unlocking opportunities where they are most desperately needed. But Yvette's impact transcends data. Private special economic zones are helping liberalize economies across the globe, creating employment in highly skilled sectors of developing nations and helping to tackle corruption and inefficiency. In her home country of Honduras alone, 160,000 people are employed within these economic zones. Further, her Startup Cities map provides a guide for cities that would like to become more startup friendly. With her leadership on this project, Adrianople Group has become a beacon for entrepreneurs and cities navigating the complexities of economic development. Yvette's journey is interwoven with the values of Students for Liberty. From her early days promoting liberty as a local coordinator in Honduras to her current endeavors in Madrid, Yvette has embodied the principles and values that SFL cherishes. And her dedication to mentorship, commitment to hiring and nurturing talent, and active participation in Alumni for Liberty and the Prometheus Fellowship Program reflect her deep-seated dedication to a freer future.
Hi, everybody. All right, ladies and gentlemen, fellow advocates of liberty, friends, my mentees, thank you so much for such a kind introduction, really. It is with immense gratitude and pride that I stand before you today as a recipient of the Alumni of the Year Award. I want to thank Dr. Wolf von Lauer and especially Jorge Girasati and the alumni team for your unbreakable commitment to liberty. My journey with Alumni for Liberty has been a testament to the unwavering spirit that courses through each one of our veins. For years, I've dedicated my efforts to leading student groups in Honduras, facing the challenges of political turmoils and authoritarian policies firsthand. We're fighting for more economic freedom, ease of doing business, investment, development, job creations, and to be able to live a thriving life at home. Not being forced to put our lives in a suitcase and leave. Thousands of unaccompanied children, mothers, families, friends, neighbors are having to leave Honduras as a desperate consequence for the lack of opportunities caused by socialist, populist, and oppressive governments. But this is not just Honduras. Many of our students worldwide, whether they're from Honduras, Venezuela, Afghanistan, India, Nigeria, or Poland, they have been forced to leave their homelands due to years of dictatorships and oppressive governments. Our activists have been targeted, repressed, harassed, and in an effort to asphyxiate their fights and spirits, they have been excluded from financial services. For these reasons, many of us alumni here today, who are talented professionals, politicians, academics, and leaders, we're fighting together to increase financial freedom for our activists and immigrants alike. We're specifically pushing for financial reform to support, protect, and advocate for students to ensure their rights to financial services. We have met with the European and American institutions to raise awareness and help safeguard the financial freedoms of these activists. This week alone, we met with policymakers at the Senate, State Department, and Congress here in Washington, D.C. I am also honored to have conversed, mentored, and to be inspired by the incredible work that each one of you does worldwide. Tomorrow, when we return to our home countries, I hope the stories we heard today continue to inspire us. They've definitely inspired me. And remind us that even when it feels lonely and like nobody's listening, there are thousands of activists, students motivated around the world who believe a freer future is possible, who believe we can have a country we do not have to escape from. It's in this collective effort that fuels the fire within us, reminding us that the fight for liberty is the one fight worth fighting for. Every day we're changing millions of lives, and it's organizations like Students for Liberty that have undoubtedly changed mine. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Now we are here at one of the highlights of the evening. I'm pretty sure every single award was really exciting to you. I'm so proud of the students. And now the Student of the Year Award will be given out by none other than John Mackey, also a board member of Students for Liberty. And you know, he is the founder of Whole Foods. He was a CEO for the longest time until recently. Now he started another company called Love Life. And so with no further ado, John Mackey.
You know, I've been on the SFL board now for like 7 years, and I'm actually up for renewal. So I was meeting with the governance committee to talk about that today. And they asked me, so do you want to stay on the board? And what is it that you like about the board? And started to list the reasons. And one reason was that I love my fellow directors. I love our CEO, Wolf. But the number one thing is I'm so inspired by Students for Liberty. I'm so inspired by the students. I love LibertyCon. I love connecting with so many idealistic young people who are going to change the world. And it lifts my spirits up. And I love John Stossel's talk tonight because I love John. I've known him a long time as well. And he kept saying, you know, I've been doing this a long time. I need one of you students to apply so you can take my place. And it reminded me of the comedian Jerry Seinfeld. When he became a father late. And they asked him, it's like, so Jerry, do you like being a father? He said, yeah, I love being a father. I really do love it. There's just one problem. They're here to replace me. John Stossel, yes, they're here to replace you, and you want them to. So the future is in the hands of you. Your time will come, and you can create the world that you want to create. You can create a world of more freedom. And as Alec Green and others have said, humanity has made massive progress. We are improving. It's not a straight linear line. It moves more like a spiral with 5 steps forward and a step backwards. But now, freedom is breaking out across this planet like it never has before. And have no doubt that Students for Liberty is a major contributor to that. I personally give a lot of money to SFL, and I'm not, if I say this, Wolf's going to be hitting me up for it, so I'm not going to make any more promises, because he'll be tough on me anyway. But every time I come to LibertyCon, it reinforces to me that all the money I've donated to SFL has been so well spent. You guys are amazing. You guys are just simply amazing. And I thank you for all that you're doing. Anyway, I get to do this. I get to do the Student of the Year award. So let's roll it.
Ethan Yang, North America. Ethan Yang's work led directly to a preliminary injunction on Independence Day 2023 to halt efforts by the Biden administration to stifle criticism of COVID-19 lockdowns. His Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, request exposed the administration's attempt to silence critics. This wasn't the first time Ethan Yang made headlines. Since 2020, he's published more than 100 op-eds in various outlets and hosted 19 podcasts for the American Institute for Economic Research, plus 2 episodes of the new SFL Banter podcast. This past October, he co-authored a book, The China Dilemma: Rethinking U.S.-China Relations Through Public Choice. Also, he became a Google Public Policy Fellow and law clerk, a full member of the Journal of Law, Economics, and Policy, and interned for a DC consultancy focused on Indo-Pacific trends. In his role as House Coordinator, he organized a gathering of over 40 interns and employees from various pro-liberty organizations in DC. He also facilitated internships for 4 fellow SFL members at AIER. And he organized 3 regional conferences in the Northeast despite the COVID lockdowns. During that time, Ethan also clerked for the Pacific Legal Foundation and interned at Cato. Nicola Aguila, Brazil. Nicola Aguila has excelled as an event organizer, efficiently handling logistics and transportation during Brazil's North Regional Training in 2022. But Nicola's contributions extend beyond event coordination. He actively promotes community projects and introduced the Cabano of the Year award to recognize outstanding volunteers in his region. Operating in Belém, where pro-freedom activists and organizations are scarce, presents unique challenges, but Nicola's remarkable efforts have a profound impact on the lives of many in northern Brazil. He has dedicated himself to educating youth on the principles of citizenship, environmental issues, basic sanitation, and entrepreneurship. He organizes lectures and documentary screenings and supports the extractivist and fishing community of Marajo Island by sharing knowledge about product cultivation and processing. Nicola's Future Gardens project transformed the lives of 20 individuals through technical assistance, lectures, and the establishment of community gardens. His Rugby in the Community taught rugby and the values of liberty to more than 20 young people, and his ABC of Freedom taught monthly courses on classical liberal ideas for 13 children from the Una community. Stepan Kovac, Europe. At just 21 years old, Stepan Kovac, a math and IT major from Prague, Czechia, is the youngest regional coordinator in Europe. Under Stepan's leadership as both a national coordinator and regional coordinator, the Czech team grew from 6 active volunteers to 21 by the end of fiscal year 2023. He orchestrated 13 local events in Prague in addition to a regional conference, and he didn't forget to spread the word. Videos on the Czech SFL YouTube channel recorded by Stepan amassed over 6,000 views this fiscal year. His team's Legalize It of more than 160 attendees, and Stepan's End the Drug War booklet, designed for the conference, has garnered a second edition sponsorship. Stepan initiated the Bitcoin Activism project, dedicated to raising awareness about the current monetary system. He also partnered with Czech organizations to aid Ukraine, delivering over $800,000 worth of assistance. He established a partnership with the director of Ukrainian Students for Freedom, paving the way for an SFL-USF joint conference in Ukraine in July 2023.
Three great finalists. I'm glad I didn't have to be the one to choose. But this year's Student of the Year is Ethan Yang.
All right, so before I begin, shameless plug for a recently released book by me and Dr. Ryan Yonk, who's also here in the audience, co-published by the American Institute for Economic Research, a gracious sponsor of this event, thank you very much. But they are clearly here in this audience, so give them a thanks when you can. I am so glad to be here. This is probably my last LibertyCon as a student about to graduate this year. But of course, Florian probably has plenty of work after this conference is done for me. So of course, the work continues. But please forgive me, but this is a lot for me to take in because 5 years ago, my first LibertyCon, I was sitting right there in the audience with you guys. And this is one of those moments where I actually did not see myself being here, mostly because as an American, I look at the challenges that SFLers from all across the world face, and they make our problems pale in comparison. We truly have first world problems compared to the things that you put up with. But I guess the reason why I was able to fight for academic freedom and economic liberties and academic freedom in the way that I have this year is because I believe that our government, the American government, has fundamentally attacked these values in a way that it hasn't had in recent history. But the people in this room give me hope that in the end, liberty will prevail. Because the people in this room, freedom fighters from across the globe, some of the most inspiring activists that I've ever met and continue to meet. And every day when I feel complacent or lazy or like there's nothing left to do, hearing your stories remind me that there's always more that can be done. And that's why the most powerful asset SFL provides is not the free flights or the food or the fancy conferences. It's people that inspire you beyond measure. And indeed, it was right here at LibertyCon in Washington, D.C. roughly 5 years ago where I found my inspiration. And she's sitting right there. Her name is Ayman Fatima, and she was the Student of the Year for 2019. So and she inspired me beyond measure and inspired me to try much harder than I ever thought I could. But I'd like to end by giving an open invitation to the students in this crowd, many of which are new to SFL, to not be afraid of expanding your potential and to give it everything you have. Because you're part of a world-changing student organization. And when the heroes that we look up today retire, it is the people in this room that will have to step up and take their place. And maybe, just maybe, we may secure liberty in our lifetime and for our posterity. All glory to SFL. Thank you so much.
This night must have been the first night that the Americans were louder than the Latin Americans. So that's a noteworthy night. Congratulations. And that's conclude our program. That's it. So just hang out, have fun, and thank you for being here. Have a good night. Bye-bye.